possible.
Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Wednesday. Hope everyone's had a great night, ready for a great day. Good morning, Crypticon. Good to see you. I'm Matt. Nice to see you making it back on a regular basis. Markets to markets to buy some NQ. Let's see. We've dipped, popped, dipped. High on ES 55.83, low 55.50, 55.48. All right, 83.48. Yeah, about 35 points in range. NQ, it's high 622. It's low 485. So about 140 points in range. Copper, big drop. Big drop cop. Looks like about 500 ticks. Ultra bond rising up a little over a point in range. Gold dropping big. Dropping like a rock. 61 points in range there. Crude oil, big dip, but it's coming back. It dipped below 60 again. Now it's fighting 60. At 130 ticks in range. Natural gas down. And Bitcoin sitting at 95. That's where we sit standing, whatever body posture you're choosing to take today. A lot of news this morning. A lot of news. A minefield of news. We have awesome, David. Glad to hear that. Congrats. Coming up in just 12 minutes, U.S. ADP employment change. 7:30 was something called U.S. Treasury QRA, and I don't know what that is. I don't remember seeing it before. Let me see what that is. It's Treasury quarterly refunding. Interesting. Then we also have U.S. GDP quarter over quarter advance, U.S. Canadian GDP month over month, a bunch of other little reports. At 8:45, we have U.S. Chicago PMI at, I'm sorry, 9:45. At 10 o'clock, U.S. PCE price indexes, and on U.S. consumer spending. 10:30, we have crude oil inventories. Morning, Robin. In case y'all didn't see it on the Discord, Robin just took another $24,000 from Apex Trader funding. And we're spitting downward. Well, we wait for our first opportunities. I'm in the process of potentially switching to a 3-minute chart and then watching a lot more assets. I actually have it set up. I want to set up alerts and stuff. Here it is with the NQ. I have still have the NQ 30-second up there, but gold and 3-minute, Dow, Russell, crude, platinum. I got it Russell twice. So I don't know. Find something else to put there. Remember, a lot of deals expire today. Also, day traders is running an 80% sale at starting at 9 Eastern. I didn't make up an ad for that. I did not make up an ad for that. I am slacking. Slacking, slacking, slacking. We'll go with this one. That works. That's a video? Really? A video. Trying along here for a quick scout up to the 9 EMA on the 32nd. Ain't not have been ready to go. Good morning, Amelia. How are you? That wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Now it's ready. Maybe. See what this does with this blue candle. A hub. Try it. Maybe not. Maybe this is why I'm switching to a 3-minute chart. Too many fake outs on the 30-second. Now, it's fake outs that I'm just not weeding out in my brain, honestly. If I was back testing, I would say I shouldn't take that because it's too close to the 9. But in real time, when I'm making decisions within 10 seconds, my brain doesn't say, hey, that's not a good one. News in less than a minute. U.S. ADP employment change coming up. Down 20 points on this 30-second candle on this news. U.S. ADP employment change actual 62K. The forecast was 115K. That's a huge miss. Yeah. Today's the last day of the month. How did everybody do this month? We know Robin did well. My cat is here just staring at me. And Q continues to fall. Are we near low day? I forget. Oh, we are at low day. We broke low day. Low yesterday is all the way down at 378. About 100 points away. Did you guys see the guy that took an $800,000 loss yesterday on Apex? Yeah. $40,000 per account and 20 accounts. 840,000. I can't even imagine. Hi, Scottish futures trader. I don't recognize your name. Welcome to the stream. Guy posted on Twitter. At least, I mean, he was very open about it. Uh, Called felony trades. Interesting name. Yeah, David. Yeah, definitely. I'm glad to have you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the community. We always like to see new faces or new names, I guess. We don't see your face. I don't install those cameras secretly in your house until you've been here for 30 days. Okay. How long have you been trading? What assets do you like to trade? Ooh, and we're still dropping. The employment number would not make the market happy. Oh, wow. Hmm. Interesting mix. You trading with the prop firms or your own money? Sorry about all the questions. I just like to ask new people questions. Always feel free to just ignore me. Whips down to 425. May bounce. Yeah. Awesome. Final big payout? Are you going to go back to trading your own money after the big payout? Or are you just going to go someplace else? And we're still falling. Not afraid of falling, but I hate it on the ground. Apologies, I do occasionally break into song. Good morning, John. I like the way you put that. Yeah, I think mixing it, especially if you can handle doing both, is a good idea. If you need any recommendations for something after Apex, let me know. Hmm. Yeah, it's a good question, John. I will say, Scottish, this may brighten your day a bit. Uh, I talk to John Skelton regularly, and he told me that there was after those two millions that were came out. He said there's going to be a few more $1 million plus payouts coming. So, assuming that means that you might be one of them. Yes, more red folder news in 4 minutes. One I never heard of before. U.S. Treasury QRA and U.S. GDP quarter over quarter advance. The chief economist at ADP says unease is the word of the day. Employers are trying to reconcile policy and consumer uncertainty with a run of mostly positive economic data. It can be difficult to make hiring decisions in such an environment. Hey, Daniel. Is Scottish, are you on Discord? Are you in my Discord? Do me a favor and send me a DM. Just say hi or whatever. I never DM first because there's been 112 fake oxen since I've created the Discord. I'll do it right now. Just at some point, uh, send me a DM. See, I would take this setup here, but we have news, so I'm not going to take that setup there. Are you still actively trading those accounts that you're waiting for the payout on, or how are you handling that? So we bounced off of 412. We've popped back up to 445 here right before news. Uh, I mean, I can't guarantee. Ooh, wow, whippy. We whipped up to 504 and right back down. Um, I can't promise anything. I can mention it. That's all. Yeah. Let's see what the numbers were. See if I even understand the numbers of that other one. Nothing on that U.S. Treasury QRA. Treasury will continue incremental increases in TIPS auction sizes, whatever the heck that means. Um, U.S. GDP quarter over quarter advanced negative 0.3. They expected negative 0.2. So that was a miss. That means our GDP is also in the negative now. I believe that's one of the major signs of a recession. Interesting to see how the market digests this news. This is our last news until after the bell, I think. Let me check that to be sure. Yes, this is our last news until after the bell. Low a day, 378. No, I'm wrong. What was I thinking? What was I thinking 378? I was forced. I don't know. We are at low a day. Never mind. Oh, yeah, yesterday's low a day was 378. That's right. I was thinking, oh, we just broke that. Wow. We are just dead dropping here, guys. Okay. Um, Still falling. Right. Yeah. That's why I said the DM. Just make sure you DM. You don't DM a fake ox. Make sure I answer before you send anything besides a hello. 'Cause we have a whole herd of fake oxen. Looks like it's trying to pop up here. It's not doing the greatest effort. Not ready yet. Try to see if NQ's ready to bounce here. And the answer is no. Not reading the markets well. And that's okay. Like I said, pretty sure I'm going to be transitioning to the 3 minute. I'm assuming, Scottish, you used to trade Forex? How you doing, MR? Still falling. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I missed you. Morning, JC. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, we're only down 234 points on this hourly candle. Nikes. 257 was the low of Monday. Gold's rising. Wow, look at the Ultra Bond also. Just absolutely dump. Copper down. All pulls back. Yep, I replied to you. Did not take the bounce. Should have taken the bounce right there. That would have been good. We're getting a bounce on the third on the 3 minute that I'm gonna take. If it holds up for the next 30 seconds. I am long. Ah, damn it. Didn't much stopping time. Yeah, we don't matter stopping out anyway. Whether either way. Trying to come back up. So now I look for an entry on the 30-second based on the fact that I believe it wants to come up based on the 3-minute. There we go. Yep. I got it. And we'll see what happens. Still falling. Down to 274. What did I say the Monday low was? 257. That is one hell of a candle. 410 on the Dow, 266 on the NQ, 62 points on the ES. Oh yeah, we just hit Monday's low. Trying to bounce on it. I have to stop fighting the trend. Look at all those purples I didn't take. Trying to take a frickin' blue that I shouldn't have taken. Hey, finally got a 10-point win there. Might re-enter based on the 3-minute chart after that 3-minute candle closes. We'll see. Taking advantage of it, John? There's a nice pop. Wow, taken off. And see, this is perfect. This is the 3-minute plays I'm talking about. So you can see the shaded areas. You see how I got that blue in that shaded area right there. That would have been this nice pop up. This big candle here, I don't think I would have taken. But you can see it's touching the 9. We got the red candle in this red shaded area, so we went back down and we got a nice blue bounce off the 9 that led to this. This has been 3 perfect plays based on the strategy I should be using. Maybe the word is I should be executing. Nice, John. See, you were still working. You will probably have missed some of this getting ready for work or having to be in early for a meeting or. There's a bounce. No problem, Scottish. I'll do everything I can. Long here. Looking for 300. Actually, I have it on 301, but yeah. Entry is 283. Spikes up. Maybe I was being greedy by going for 280, 300, I mean. Really? I was surprised. That's a chop area for many. They like to stay away from those times. Just struggling here. Can't get higher. I guess I should have looked back here and saw that it struggled to get through there, but I don't know. I still think it wants to try. Hmm? So you and John are basically the same there, Amelia. Come on, blow up. Not like an explosion way, but there we go. Bounce off the 9. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Just a few more. I think I can. 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 Yay! Target hit. 283 to 299. So just about 16 points. 15 and 3/4. All right, RJ. Good morning. Okay. Is there is the reason risk management, or is there another reason? All right, RJ. Hmm. Well, on my Apex review, I dinged him for that. Sorry to hear that, JC. Yeah, I will say John Skelton watched my video and he appreciated the feedback. Said it's going to help him focus on what he needs to improve on, and that his goal is for Apex to get back into my top 3. So we'll see if anything comes of that. About a year and a half ago, Apex was my number 1. And right back down. So the positive vibes went away. Good, JC. I hope so. Speaking of giveaways and things like that, we are giving away 5 Take Profit Trader accounts, 50K evals. Make sure you enter. Winner is drawn live here on stream on Friday. I'll get the link and pop it in the chat. There you go. Make sure you are entered to win. We will be picking the 5 winners Friday morning around 10:30 Eastern. Oh, totally forgot about day traders. Day traders sale just started. 80% off. Give me a second. I'll get you a link on that too. Question is, did I ever save it? Maybe not. Camera. Camera. There we go. Okay. So if anyone's interested in day traders, 80% off. Here's the link for that. They're not in my top 10, but only, I mean, mostly because of they're still pretty new. Basically, I started the ranking before day traders was that big of a deal. So, I mean, any firm I promote, I consider a quality firm. So, not going to go wrong with any that I promote. I mean, I say that and tomorrow one will go belly up, watch. But, you know, just, I'm very, I put some weight onto how long a firm's been in the game. I still don't have a number 10. I need to figure out, because I dropped Tick Tick from my top 10. So I still need to figure out who I want to put in the 10 spot. Do not do day traders yet, though. Apparently, day traders screwed up, and the discount's only 70%. Wait for them to fix it. Topstep would be in my top 3 if they didn't drop me from the affiliate program. So real quickly, I'm not going to be looking at the charts because I totally forgot about the sale and I didn't throw it up into the social media, unfortunately. Morning, Hassan. And how the heck are you today? You sleep in again today, Hassan? And we're still heading down. So it's trying to bounce there. 240 is the new low. Again, reminder, a lot of sales ending tonight. Yeah, it did. Um, I don't still have that up, do I? Do I still have 15% somewhere? I need to like keep track of where every place I put this. I'm sorry. Where's it at? Okay. When Tio comes in, remind me to smack him with a pineapple because he's supposed to be keeping up with that. Okay, the day trader's code is back to being fine. And now we're trying to pop. Less than 20 minutes till the bell. Yesterday, a friend got a shelf put together for me for my baseball card inventory. And wow, I didn't realize exactly how much inventory I had. Check this out. This is all, except for the binders, all unopened material. And those boxes at the top, those are all put together, stuff I've opened. This is all unopened material. Rising up. I should have grabbed that blue candle. I didn't. I was looking at baseball card inventory. And I got more coming. Bowman releases next week. I got a crap ton of that coming. I got, let's see, I got 10 mega boxes, one value box, and uh, 16 value boxes, one jumbo box, one, no wait, 20 value boxes, one jumbo box, and 10 mega boxes. Quick whip down. Got a 25.3 second, 30-second candle. I have approximately 10,000 cards that need to be sorted into like numerical order. I hate sorting in numerical order. Um, I actually I bought. First of all, I mean I don't know how old you mean. I mean I have a lot of older sets already, like actual sets. But if you mean like opening older product, like packs of product, I did just buy a 5 boxes of the 2020 holiday because that I'll open up around Christmas time because I don't have that set. Um, not sure how interested I'll be in buying older like packs of stuff that I already have sets of. Good morning, Ace. USC, welcome. Interesting how you two arrived together. Yeah, I mean, I'll buy some if I can. If I find decent deals, John, on older stuff, especially if I don't have the sets. Yeah, For those of you that watch my baseball card videos, do I come across loud on those? Whenever I listen back, like check out one of my videos to listen to, I feel like I'm loud. I don't know if I need to. Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't need to adjust settings. Okay, awesome. Thank you, USC. Well, do I come across loud here? Yeah, loud as in volume. Just like I don't want to be annoying, like when my voice is like booming, not like screaming, but like just like overbearing. Hmm, okay. Is RJ louder than other streamers too? Let me know if that's any better. It, volume levels is my one Achilles heel to streaming and making videos. Especially, I end up always screwing up if I do interviews. RJ came in earlier, said he will be here later, and he will be here for his hour. So that's the bag you hear rattling is cat treats. I would probably trade better if I had weed. Keep me calmer. I have a long, long time ago. RJ's gonna be so mad that he missed that on his parlay. So trying to push back up. Do we come up back up at the open, or do we dump more? Oh, Platt. Ugh. Yawning. Sorry about that, guys. Usually I mute if I know I'm gonna yawn. Mutant. Dude, how much treat do you need? No, Ace. Remember, she had like 200 pairs of shoes that she gave away when she retired. She's a shoe fanatic. What, guy leaves the room for a month, it doesn't remember anything. So we're sitting back up just in the 300. Up 2 minutes to go. No more treat. Are we ready? He's on the arm of my chair. Remember, I sit in a huge recliner. I don't sit in a regular desk chair. He sits in the arm. Wow, big drop there at the open. Got back down to 250, bouncing. He appeared in one of the baseball card videos because, I use the setting that the camera takes my background away, but he ended up the camera ended up picking him up. So the initial thought here is to sell off. That was a 48-point candle, and it's still going. New low a day, I believe, there. Maybe not. Let me look. Yeah, new low a day. We sell it off. Yeah, it's easy to fall behind when I put out, one video every day. And I've started doing shorts now. Nice, Ace. Good job. I started doing shorts called 2 pack a day habit, where I open up 2 packs. I need to get TikTok going. As soon as I get TikTok going, it'll finally be banned. I might need to change the name of that 2 pack a day habit. I think YouTube is dinging me thinking it's about tobacco. I mean, I thought it was funny, but if first one, yeah, I put up a short a few days ago, and that one got like 200 and some views. And then I tried the first short yesterday with the 2 pack a day habit, and it got 13 views. Nice, Ace. Very nice. We are bouncing here. I'm putting out another one today, and I used a couple of different hashtags to see if that does anything. And if not, I'll try and come up with a different title for the actual video, and maybe make a graphic for the shorts that say 2 pack a day habit. That way, the title isn't picked up by YouTube. Actually, 3 MR. Vegas Sean Rips, Stuff Geeks Rip, and Old Guy. And Stuff Geeks Rip actually did a shout out on their video on Monday for me. Nice rise here off of 230 up to 300, so 70-point pop. Two other people that do what I do, Ace, ripping open baseball cards. Yep. No go on the long there. Back down. Morning, T.O. Wow. I didn't realize telemarketers were still around. Technically, I believe it's a law they're not allowed to call before 8 a.m. I was a telemarketer for a little bit back in the day. That was pretty darn good, too. And we're falling back down. New low a day. So could not sustain that move upwards. I just get an email every day telling me my Coinbase account's going to be closed down if I don't verify. Down to 200, breaks 200 down to 196. We have news coming up in 5 minutes. Chicago PMI. Then after that, we have a lot of news at 9. I'm sorry, 10 Eastern. Consumer spending and a whole bunch of PCE price indexes. Wow, Ace. Wow. Continuing to dead drop. Back when I was a telemarketer, it was a very well paying job. With commissions, I was clearing 1,000 a week, and that was in the late 90s. That was decent money then. Then I made the mistake of taking a promotion to sales and quality coach. Ooh, wow, I just got 10 points in like 2 seconds. 50 to 60 there for a 10-point win. Uh, Insurance for one. I actually became a licensed insurance agent in like 40 states. Then there's like other credit card membership stuff and things like that. Yeah, I didn't like the work, but I was actually pretty darn good at it. You know, and heck, I could sleep in between calls. I still don't know how I used to do that. I remember I went in there one day. I was really, really tired. I had some stuff going on in life at the time. So I went there. I was there. I found this seat that was toward the back, so I couldn't really be seen. And I kept dozing off. It was an auto dialer, so I didn't have to worry about dialing the phone numbers. It just dials the number for me, and when someone answers, and not I made double my. I was falling asleep between calls, waking up when somebody answered, and I made double my normal sales volume that day. No, it was almost 100% from people's credit cards. Like they were trying to upsell them on certain things, like health policies, and it was weird. It was through a lot of it was through J.C. Penney Life Insurance and Health Insurance Company, which until then I didn't know J.C. Penney even had that. I don't think they do anymore. And then there was a couple other things, but yeah, my mistake was got stopped out there. I didn't get my stop moved in time. Damn it. My mistake was taking the promotion and then trying to nail the manager's favorite pet for not doing their job right. Target hit there, 20 points. I think it was, yeah, 20 points. So there we go. I got stopped out on the first try of that blue candle because I didn't move my stop fast enough. I re-entered and got 20. So after that, I got a job doing surveys over the phone. Nice, Hassan. Remember, we got more news in 10 minutes. How often do trains come, Hassan? They need to get with the program and have on-train Wi-Fi. Going back again. Full day now, 135. Yeah, news coming up. Start spreading the news. We're trading today. And looky here, we're coming back down. Tries to bounce. Blue candle or long. Oop, got stopped out that quick. I need to make my stops bigger. Maybe it was better I didn't. What's our ATR right now? Only 19. Why am I getting just snapping? Still falling. New low. How low can she go? There's 116. Hassan said about 100 earlier. Get ready for the news on the screwworms. Start spreading the screwworm. Okay, so that wasn't the reaction I expected. That was kind of a muted reaction. And we move up. We might be getting a bounce. Pulls back a bit. Nope, comes up. Blue candle on the 3. We're watching it. Leaping screwworms with a side of pineapple. Imagining Leave It to Beaver saying it. Or like maybe Opie from Andy Griffith. Oh, did you? Yeah, it really dropped. I was a little bit surprised at how much it dropped. It's still, oh my God. Yeah, I should have got out of the whole position, and now I'm regretting that. I mean, I'm still up $2 a share. Well, about $1.75 a share, but yeah, I wish I'd gotten out of the whole position. Where that yellow arrow is where I got out of half my position. I should have got out of the whole thing. I knew it was going to pull back. Missed. Oh my God, what happened to Misty? Guess it's not like in this market either. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. I'm not going to look at my portfolio today because it's going to be down. I still think SoFi is going to get up to 15. Yeah. I mean, and that's a good point. Do I want to get back in with that profit that I took yesterday? I just now I wish I would have taken the entire profit. There's a blue candle. Pop, 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 pop. Pop it, pop. Pop to the pop. We're long. We're long off that blue candle on the. That's a 56-point blue candle. I'm not putting my stop 56 points. We're going for 20. Not getting the momentum I hope for here. There we go. Now it's turned around. Come on. Get up there. You know you want to. Ah, come on. Really? Darn it. I could have taken a minute at 181. It went up to one that I could have taken 10. Nope. It's going to come back down and nail me. Wow. It could knock it through. So again, a reminder, a lot of sales end tonight. I'm not sure when we will see another 90% again at Bull and Ox. And I was right. It was going up. It just decided to come down and nail me first. So I'm going to commit to this 3 minute thing. I got to commit to it. If you look here, this gave me the blue minute. Blue minute? The blue minute, really? The blue candle. And I'm not sure I'll ever use a 50-point stop. That'd be insane. But, if I had used a 25-point stop, I'll still be in. Let's see how far this is going. This is already gone. Yeah, look at this. So if I committed to it, this would be up $1,000 now. This would be a 50-point trade. And this is why I'm thinking about most likely going to go to the 3 minute. Yeah, Gio. I totally trashed that video. I had it ready to go. And I have to redo it. We have bounced 100 total points since the bottom. You're trading crude. Remember, crude oil inventory is coming up in about 17 minutes. So that's the first negative growth since Q1 of 2022 with that GDP number. Wow. The special teams coordinator for the New England Patriots is coming on Topstep TV on Friday. Meanwhile, we're still rising. This trade would be up over 70 points if I committed to it. Still rising. One back here. Uh, wow, Ace, that was kind of random, but good. Are you on the train, Hassan? The last train to Clarksville, and we'll meet you at the station. Yep, it peaked when I was on it, and it's gone downhill since. Sideways here. Tradify TV will soon be launching. Rising up. Oh, Hassan's in the New York metro area, so they're a little less car heavy. I mean, they're car heavy, but a lot of them take trains. Last train to Clarksville, and we'll meet you at the station. I actually haven't driven a car in about 15 years. I don't like driving, actually. I mean, driving like in the country or whatever is okay. I hate traffic. It's stressful. I find it very stressful. Trying to decide where it wants to go. I don't know where it's going. See, we haven't seen Eric this week. Daniel Dare didn't come back today. JJR, are you here? Hiding? We haven't seen you at all this week. Kind of worried. There's JJR. How you doing? Pop there. So see, we're still heading up. So if I had trusted this blue candle and just let it run, this would have been a 100-point trade. Everything okay, JJR? Give me a minute, guys. Just found out my mom went back to the hospital, looking at her test results right now. How come we don't have any doctors in this community? We need a doctor so I can read stuff off and they could tell me what I'm reading. I kind of understand it. Yeah, that's what I just googled it, but yeah, and making melodies. Chest X-ray came back really bad. Nice rise up here. Yep, oil news coming out. Pulls down and back up. Nice rise. So we got down to all the way down to 102, near that 100. Hassan won it. Now we're up to 319. So we've popped by 200 points here and rising. The inflation number. Which number are we talking about? PCE price index. Year over year 2.6, which was what they're expecting. Core was 0. They were expecting 0.1. And month over month was 0, and they were expecting 0. All right, JJR. See you. Thank you for saying hi. We were worried. All right, JC, have a nice ride. Pull back just a tad here. Still trying to rise up, pulling back a little bit here. But what a move back up. This turned on the dime. We're up 212 points on this hourly candle. Hey, Greg, good to see you. I was trading this morning. We're 25 minutes away from rolling the markers with the RJ wheel, I think. We haven't seen him since he stopped in earlier, so we might not be. Awesome. Thank you, Greg. So, you use the trigger points. You don't use do you use a time-based chart, Greg, that I could show people? I mean, I'm looking at the trigger points here on the hourly chart on the YM, but is there a more minute that I should be looking at? Here's the 5 minute. This is a nice move down here, and this is a nice bounce off the support 7 on the trigger point. And see how this is support 0, and it bounced on it twice before finally breaking on through to the other side. And now it's once again trying to use that as support. No, support 1 there. Okay. Fortunately, TradingView doesn't do Renkos right, so I can't really do Renkos. Let's see here. Moving back down. A lot of prayer. Bounces off the 9 on the 3-minute chart. Nice little bounce there. You've been trading so well lately, Greg. It's been awesome to watch. I get so much joy watching people in the community do well. So pulls back to the 9 again here on the 3. Are you trying to say I'm fat, Melody? No. Why should we be? Let me go take a gander at it. Let me find a chart so I can go take a gander at it. Here we go. Wow, first of all, I didn't realize Weight Watchers was under $1. But wow, that's holy wow. So it drops from 52 down to 11 cents, and now it's just hit $1. Wow. Oh, wait. That's a daily chart. Okay. Never mind. Let me go to an hourly chart because I had no idea what I'm talking about there. So that was on the daily chart. Not realize Weight Watchers was that inexpensive. I probably would have bought some of that. Just thinking it was good. Well, anything under $1, you fear getting delisted. So you got to watch that. So here's today. That's better. So it starts at the bell. Well, no, yeah, well, at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern, 37 cents. And it's up to $1, just about $1 now. That's quite a move. Thank you for checking in, Greg. Yeah, I've been a great. I mean, it looks like the move started 2 days ago because you can see here they were flatlined for a couple of weeks after this huge drop over here. And then it looks like something happened on Friday that caused this bump. But and oh, that's interesting. Meanwhile, NQ's flying up 353. Now I gotta go check Weight Watchers news just because I'm curious. Weight Watchers stock rockets after partnership for Eli Lilly's Zepbound drug. Retail investors very optimistic. And Q pulls back. Now notice this purple. See where this turned purple here? That tells me that the price moved more than 35 points away from the 9 moving average. And that almost always means a pullback. And you see we got that pullback. I have one of those for the other side too. You can see here where it didn't work. Well, you can see here two here where it did, one where it didn't, one where it did. We got that blue line there, and you can see that the first blue candle would have led me upwards. Here, this one didn't work, but the blue candle did. So that's another thing I'm watching for. I need to figure one out for the 3 minute. I think it's going to be 45 points. Yeah, I'm thinking about trying it myself. The thing about those drugs that get my attention, I'm a food addict. Food's constantly in my brain, and I've heard that those drugs turn that food noise off, or at least simmer it down. So that's where I'm interested. Okay, so guys still have not seen RJ, so I don't know if we're going to have roll in the markets coming up at the top of the hour. Doing good, Burrell, doing good. Oh yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if I want to. Okay. All right, RJ. Whatever you need, my friend. And yeah, I mean, I got to decide if I want to spend $1,300 a month on it. I you know, I have a lot of weight to lose. I've said that. I'm on the carnivore, but right now the carnivore, for some reason, I'm stalled majorly. So I feel like I need a boost to get started. I've been doing very well sticking to the carnivore. So there's that. I mean, the thing is, I realize I got to get this weight off. You know, I don't reveal what my weight is, and you never see my body. I make sure that my camera shows my shoulders on up. But, let me just put it this way. I don't think there's many people that make it to my age at my weight. And I realize that, kind of on borrowed time. Short, out. So we got 12 and a half points there. I'll check it out, Crypticon. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I need to just get everything right. I mean, things have been improving. I guess, you know, I just needs to happen a little bit quicker than what it is. Put it that way. And I'm not trying to rush it. I know things, but I just don't like the way everything is kind of stalled, including the fact that my blood sugar, even though I eat no sugar, my blood sugar is still elevated. I don't eat any carbs. Like, maybe get 10 carbs a day because, eggs actually have 6/10 of a carb per egg. And, so I may get 10, most 15 a day. And my blood sugar still has not gone down in the normal range. So I did actually, so I'm kind of, doing a gray area type of thing. I found an online pharmacy called TeleRx where you can kind of order yourself prescription medications. I mean, nothing like way out of there, but I ordered myself a diabetic drug, glipizide, that I've been on in the past, a long time ago. Try and get my blood sugar back in check and see if that gets my thing unstalled. Everything unstalled. And then if not, that's where I'll also get the GLP from. Well, the next thing I need to figure out as well is getting a ramp for my house. I don't actually leave my house right now because my front stairs doesn't allow me to. Yeah, no, I checked reviews. There was even a actual news station article thing on them one. So yeah, I checked them. Yeah, back up to 341. Yeah, I hate doctors, and this way I can I prescribe myself what I need. Welcome back, Hassan. Nope, you don't. And I'm sorry, the state of medicine in this country is just they're all no. Everyone's just so afraid of going against what their hospital says, and so afraid of malpractice that everyone just repeats everything that the government tells them to repeat. It's hard to find a doctor that's okay with keto or carnivore. So now I will eventually need to see a doctor at some point. Once I lose the weight, and I will lose the weight. Once I lose the weight, I don't think there's any way I'm going to get around not having skin removal surgery. So I'll need to see a doctor for that. I can't do that myself. Yeah, I agree with Platt. But they're often bound by, whatever hospital system that they're got admitting privileges with and all that stuff. They're still bound to whatever the hospital system kind of guidelines them to. I even found the place that does blood work and stuff. I can do my own A1C now. They have home A1C kits. I wear a continuous glucose monitor. You know, Now I'm paying out of pocket for all of this stuff. Nice little pop here. So, I'm paying retail prices, and none of this is insurance. Actually, don't even have insurance right now. but I'm willing to do that. Excellent, John. Let me know how your blood work comes out. Are you still on the Ozempic, John? Nice, USC. Good. Maybe now that you don't have the stress of work, maybe that'll help get you off of it. Because stress can cause blood sugar problems, blood and other health problems. RJ, are you ready to call in? Oh, that's not going to happen this time, USC. RJ, you still here with us? Oh, there he is. Good morning, Mr. RJ Wheel. How are you doing? Oh, good morning. I'm not hearing you, RJ. Still nothing if you're hearing me, RJ. Ooh, that was a big pop. We've lost RJ.
Hear me
Hello?
now?
Yes, now I can.
I don't know what that was. Anyway,
How you doing?
not good. I'm okay. Busy around here. So, um, maybe well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this on. I'm down at the condo, so it's only got one screen.
Oh,
Well, I got a screen. I got separate computer for chat, the room. So, but I only have one screen for trading. I haven't taken a trade yet today. It's been pretty busy here. Maggie's mom passed away last night.
I'm so sorry.
So it was a late night and everything like that. Kind of sad. Anyway, Helen, 89, fighter, hung on to the bitter end. And so kind of I'll be here all the rest of the week. So, but I'll get better set up tomorrow. Anyway,
Well, let Maggie know that the entire Mighty Ox community wishes her
we'll
condolences.
we'll do. Just not, wasn't coming on to get attention or anything about that, but just to explain why maybe things are being a little different for the next 2 or 3 days with my participation. Excuse me, my participation. Oh God, hang on a second. Hey, it's possible to call you back in about an hour. Broadcasting. Bye. Sorry about that, guys. Thought my phone was turned off. Anyway, broadcasting.
All
A lot of power
right.
there.
Well, I'll give you your hour. It's time for rolling the markets with
Yeah, let's
RJ
talk about it.
Leal. There you go. Take it away, RJ.
Okay, okay, guys. Quite the morning. I'm not too. I didn't trade, so I don't have minute by minute experience on what was going on. Let's go look at the 15 minutes. Start with the YM. Because yesterday we started with NQ. Do the YM today. And so, as you all know, I hope some of you grabbed. There was some. I don't know. Like I say, I wasn't here at the Open, so I don't know. Was that fierce at the Open and uncatchable? It looks like it was off the news at 8:30. Actually, was where the initial blow up was. I guess the GDP numbers, I understand, were low, and then it looks like at 9:45. So I don't know. Again, I'm totally unprepared today. It was at the news that then pushed it down at 9:45. So, and then it's come back up, and it's actually back up. Overnight low. It's working like that's resistance now, and it went through it. And there's actually like a junction, a pivot around. A little bit of a fight took place at around 3:45, and we're presently at 298. So I could see that trundling up to into the 350s area, maybe say, and then there's decision time. So that's what I'd be looking at right now on the YM. And I bet you they're all the same. We'll go over the NQ. And then we'll get everyone's reactions. The NQ plat minute will be 30 seconds because I only have one chart for Ultra Bond. Just an update there, plat. If you're getting excited, there will still be a plat minute, but it'll be the plat 30 seconds. So the NQ did actually the NQ's leading the YM there. It did its full complete breakdown, and it had what I call a junction where there was a pivot and then a little play back up and then more of a force down. So we'll call that a junction for today. And that was around 19,300. As you see, it's pushed way through that. Right now, it's in open territory. If you look left, you've got two pretty big whoosh bars. One particular, we're right in the middle of the one right now. Actually, it's just hit the 50% of that one big 15-minute bar. Oddly enough, is previous day low. So this is probably a pretty critical area right here for the NQ to fight through at 75. 375 is going to be a bit of an area probably. And those algos, they got to use something. They got to plug in some numbers somehow. So I would say previous day low, and the 50% of that inefficient 15-minute bar that wasn't touched by a slightly, only very slightly was it wicked. So now if they lose the fight at 375 and the bulls, they can take this all the way back up, and there's a big frosty area at big fib area is 535, and you want to write that down if you're an NQ trader. I'm going to predict that if the bulls have the ball at some point today, by the lunch hour or this afternoon, they will play with 535. Mark that down. Look for that, and then the Globex high is 620. So if the bulls stay in control, look for this thing to go all the way back up to the 530s, we'll call it. I didn't give a number out for the YM. YM number's way up there. It's similar. It's at 553. 550. So look for YM 550 and look for NQ 555. What did I say? 535. 535. So that's if the bulls go up for it. I mean, if the bears take back over again, it's just going to go into open waters. It's going to get back down, goes back through, we'll talk about the NQ, back through open overnight low, and then drive down. The new bottom right now is 102, so 19,100, it would go back down there. And then if it gets below that, it's just a free fall. And we got some problems with the market. I don't know. Where's this going to end? I mean, I thought it was interesting that Amazon the other day put on tags on their prices on their I think it's their discount site. They haven't done it on the full site, but they've broken down the price as to what it costs, what they're going to, what is sold it for, and what the reason there's the price difference based on tariff. They've given you both prices, so every time someone goes on there and buys something, you know what Trump's costing them. Because I mean, that's the way a lot of people are going to. I don't mean to pick on Trump, but that's the way they're going to think about it, right? His popularity is going to drive down even further, and then if that doesn't work, Amazon will probably put that on their full site, and of course, other retailers are probably going to start putting signs up in stores or on their online functions. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on them. When this market keeps melting down, there's a lot of congressmen and senators getting angry phone calls. The ones that matter, the Republican ones. So, this is uncharted waters economics. And in terms of our lifetime, there's never been a thing like this. We've never had a man-made event like this. And I say man-made, I'm not picking on him, the administration. This didn't come out of a lab. This came out of the White House. So, it's a big gamble. I mean, maybe it'll work. They can start getting tariff deals, and things will turn around real fast. You watch. This will go right back up. It's a real thing to think about, how this is all going to go. Let's go into the room here. Thank you for your condolences to my wife, her mother. It was quite a night last night. As I'm sure some of you or all of you have experienced something similar. A couple of things I wanted to note in the room. I was in the room earlier this morning. John DeFore, if you're still here, he said something really interesting about. He saw that his stats were. I thought I wanted to talk about that. He saw his stats showed that his winning rate was way better after the 10 o'clock hour. I can't remember exactly what he wrote, but doesn't really matter. He has picked out a specific time of day where he does better than he does at other times. This is another reason why I always talk about this. Journaling. Everyone thinks journaling. Well, I got to write a diary and write in what I ate and what the temperature was at the time of the trade. No. Just I think it's good to write down your unless you're like doing 50 trades a day. I get that. But if you're doing like I do, like 6 trades a day or 10 trades a day, write them down. Write down the time, the entry, and the exit, because later on you can look at them and you can keep track of them. Because when you get those statements, I mean, I know you get the reports from but it's always better if you write it down, because it'll go into your brain better. Anyway, you need to know your win rate, and you need to break it down. Like, are you winning more on NQ and losing on your YM trades, or the indexes in general not good for you, yet you're nailing the grains or the metals? You need to know everything you do. You have to know everything you can about what makes you lose and what makes you win, and then you can start filtering and narrowing it down. Like for me, I know I do better on YM than NQ. I know I do better with taking less trades than more trades. I know that what time of day. I know that 9:30 to 9:45 is a real minefield. And basically, I should wait till after 10 o'clock. And I have the stats to prove that. I know it. So that's the kind of thing I think I'm stressing everyone else that's struggling or at that angle on the hill where they can't get to the top quite yet. That will help you push yourself over by knowing your stats and picking out things that improve your stats. Like if you're losing on NQ 3 out of 4 times, and you're winning on the RTY 3 out of 4 times. It doesn't take rocket science. It doesn't mean you don't have to be the greatest trader in the world to know I should be trading RTY then, right? But if you live in a vacuum and every day you just look at your bottom line and go, geez, I lost again today. But you took 14 trades and you don't know anything about them. you just know you lost. You don't really think about it. Geez, it was all those NQ trades I took that were crazy. So that's I thought it was really interesting that John talked about it this morning, so I thought I'd stress on that. I saw this morning there's a lot of talk about weight loss, or about the Weight Watchers. I thought that was interesting. Moves on the stock price and their liaison with Lilly. I wonder where Weight Watchers stock will go. It's pretty cheap. Could be a 10-bagger. Could go from $1 back up to $10 or something like that. Anyway, just a thought on that. There's a drug out there. There's drugs out there to stop alcohol cravings. I'm always interested in those. Not because I drink too much. I don't. I have a few drinks on the weekend, and if I go out at night, that kind of thing. I don't sit there and drink all day. But there's a lot of people out there that they're not alcoholics, or they may be functioning alcoholics, or there's just people that they have to drink like a 6-pack or 2 6-packs a day, or a bottle and a half of wine a day, and they still function, but they're not happy about it. And I think these alcohol companies know that, and it's kind of a secret that they show that their commercials always show people at birthday parties or doing some kind of fun community thing, and but the way they make their real profit, they don't make their profit margin on somebody buying a 6-pack to take to a birthday party. They make their money on people who buy a 6-pack every day to their own detriment. And everyone's got free choice, and I'm not saying that's a problem. If you want to drink 12 beers a day or 2 bottles of wine a day, knock yourself out. But there's a lot of people that don't. They do it, and they think they're looking for ways to stop. So that alcohol drug, it's called there's a couple out there, I think, but naltrexone. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but FDA's approved it. And if that gets into the culture, that a little more like Ozempic, I would short liquor, because I think that people don't realize just how much of a profit margin is created by habitual drinking. So anyway, just a thought. I know I like to talk about other things besides trading that kind of relate to trading. So that's a classic one we can short. We found a way to short alcohol. If that, we have to watch the sale on that drug, and if it goes crazy, and then start shorting those alcohol stocks. I think that's the thing. I've heard that drug isn't. That's one reason why it's not taken the culture by storm yet. But you don't think they're going to come up with one? Or then again, the alcohol companies and the pharmaceuticals, so who knows? It could be in bed together. They could have. They could be conspiring to keep the drug as just a play drug. I don't know. There's also a gambling drug coming out, and I've talked about this, as you know, that's a bugaboo for me. Sports gambling, I think, is the next big tobacco. We've got tobacco, we've got social media, and we've got that's a tobacco, and now I think sports gambling is a terrible thing. I do it the odd time myself. Obviously, I enjoy making a bet on a game, but I think it's going to be a big problem, especially with young people. They're not responsible. They're in college, and everyone thinks they think it's fun to throw 5 bets down a night on whether a guy's going to hit a homer or not, or guy's going to score a goal. It gets crazy, and I think there's people losing their shirts. It's already been proven that the sports gambling companies are being irresponsible with their advertising, and not so much their advertising you see on the side of the rink boards or on the TV commercials, the kind of email solicitations they do, because they target the guys who they already got the stats to prove that the guy's a loser and he over gambles. So they'll send that guy 50 coupons in a month, whereas the guy who's winning or only making a couple of bets a week and is winning, he maybe gets 1 coupon for a month. It's terrible. Well, I think at some point the DraftKings and FanDuel are going to get their reckoning, because I think there's going to be bankruptcies are up. And of course, you could say it's the economy and all that, but a lot of people, if you look at the age breakdown of bankruptcy, there's an indication of perhaps it's got a little bit to do with sports gambling. I don't know. That's one of those things where figures can lie and liars can figure, I guess. So I don't. I can't say that with any definity. Anyway, back to trading. Go and do plot if you're here. I see you just typed in, so let's look at that UB and the 10-year I got up here too. I'm actually get those. I think I did. Where's my UB? I told you I'd have problems today. I had a UB chart set up. Now it's not here. Darn. Okay, let me make one. Well, I promise in 30 seconds. I'll at least do a UB chart. I don't know why I don't have it up. I specifically remember making it. Maybe I started making the other ones like gold. We'll talk about gold too. I got my template. I call it the morning roadmap template. Putting that on the UB and we'll see what we get. 15-minute chart. So we'll drill down to specifics as if there's a trade or not, but okay, flat. Yeah, it did similar stuff, right? It sold off, came back up, then sold again then came. And now it's in a fight to come up. It's kind of topping out. Made a double. So anyway, for me right now, it's heading down, and I'll give you 121.11, and then 121.06. So right now it's right on top of those at around 14. So could probably come down and touch 11 and 6 maybe even, and then you'll get a little bit of a fight there. It'll either just sit there. I know bonds are different. You know, when the NQ and YM sit on a level, they make a bunch of bars, whereas UB just might sit there on one bar, even depending if it's even a 2-minute or something. Anyway, don't really have anything right now. It's pretty mixed, as you probably well know, but it'll go, if it goes way up to 121.24 or something like that, watch for it to come back to at least 121.11, and then you can make a decision there. Is it going to short from there or resumption long? So I'm just telling you the bear bull fight is around 21.11, 21.10. That's it for the flat minute. David, not Daniel, what was his name? Daniel Dare, was he here at all today? Oops. Clicked out of the room for a minute. This being only on one chart is a big problem. I've lost you guys on the chat. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have you over here on my other screen. I have my other computer set up.
As a trader,
Oh, how do I get on there?
reach new heights, unique tools.
Oh, how do I get on there?
Reach new heights, unique.
Turn the sound down. I don't even know. It's just organized. It's not very professional today, as if it's ever professional. So plot, yeah, ugly day on the UB. It looks like. What else we got going on here? I wish more people. Well, Amelia says, yeah, that's true. Everyone chases stuff. Although on here with our community here, I and everyone does it differently. Livestock, who's not here today, I guess. For him, he's probably our JJR when it comes to the volume of the number of vehicles he trades, instruments, whatever you want to call them. Myself, I'm a specialist. I think I need to trade just one thing, like what Platt's doing with the Ultra Bond. I'm with YM. I mean, I trade NQ in here. I've been trading it more because I've been doing some streaming and whatnot. But I was kind of getting, because I'm 50-50 on the NQ. I have a hard time. I do not. I'll make 2 winners and then a full stop out. And for whatever reason, it just doesn't match up for me. So I have in the last week or so really gone back to just exclusively YM. And I'm a strong believer in that. Now, that doesn't mean, if someone else wants to trade 3 or 4 things, or maybe that keeps their mind going, like a lot of people have it. We all suffer a little bit from attention deficit. And that would be certainly one way to combat that. It would be to constantly moving your from chart to chart to chart on instrument to instrument to instrument. What I do with the YM is I just look at from chart to chart to chart of the YM to keep my mind a little more cognizant of the fact that I need to move around my mind. Anyone else got anything to talk about here? I see, Amelia, you agreed with John about talking. You said you trade about at the same time. Try to do the same things every day. Yeah, there's a lot of people, especially right now. This has been a tough. I mean, if you've never lived through it before, like say you're a guy or a girl who just became a trader in the last year and a half, or pretty much even at any point in this decade, really, since the Biden administration, the stock market's been, and therefore the indexes that feature those are been a lot slower than they were in the previous decade, and then the decade before that, of course. Anyone like I started it right. I started literally in the spring before the meltdown in September '08. So I got my baptism of fire, and then from 2008, right after the meltdown, then there was the European countries almost defaulting and going out of business, bankrupting. As they call it, the pigs. Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. The pigs problem. That was a period of severe volatility in 2010-11 area. I think that was 12. I have to look that up again. So I went through 3 or 4 years where there was periods of intense volatility, and then of course the Trump administration. Throughout that 4 years, there was lots of days and weeks where it was really hard to trade, and then the last 4 years have been kind of steady Eddie for the most part. And so there's a lot of people out there right now. If they started last year, they don't know what this is like. And there's another thing too is just and Amelia, I think it was Amelia who was talking about this the other day. We were talking about, actually we had someone said they never take shorts. Well, that wasn't Amelia, but Amelia and I had a conversation about that they can't short. This person couldn't short, and there's a lot of people, a lot of new traders right now that are probably having that. They're new traders, so they can't short, and this is a big bear market now. So you got to short if you're gonna. When I say bear market, we don't know if it's a bear market yet, but it's tipping over, right? So and clearly for the last couple of months, especially this month with the tariffs, you've got to be short more than long if you want to really do things. So it's frustrating for people who won't short. So I understand. I well imagine right now these Discord chats are full of bitter people that are blowing up evaluations and accounts. The speed with which it moves. There's people that probably haven't experienced that. I mean, I'm been around for a long time, and I get thrown off by it. So I can't imagine how rookies do. It's like like I always use the baseball analogy. You're basically throwing a bunch of AA players into the major leagues and asking them to hit. They've been hitting 85 mile an hour average fastballs. Now they got all of a sudden pitchers are averaging 97 miles an hour, 95. And curves with turn signals on them. So how does a rookie? You can't throw a AA ball player who hasn't seen that kind of pitching and expect them to just on day one go 2 for 4 at the plate. Quite impossible, because that's what we got going on right now. Although I have to say, I didn't trade this morning, so I don't know what it was like when you guys got in there on the open. I don't know how fierce that was, but I made this point the other day, chatting back and forth with livestock in the room here, that the last week and a half we have seen it get back to what finger quotes normal. We've got a lot less volatility over the last week and a half, and I know some people are struggling with this, but I found in the last few days the turns and tribulations. That sounds like a trading book. Uh, the turns have been a lot more definitive and slower and coming around. It's been a lot more for us guys who like to be, as I say, wear a lab coat and really try to figure out a scientific method that will hit a certain price and then turn. I found the last week and a half to be a lot easier, and the market's actually responding again to price action technique, whereas 3 weeks ago it was just blowing through things and you couldn't you blowing through, and so you didn't know what to do. You didn't know where it would turn. Yeah, Amelia, one of our, there's not very few. One day we should do a poll in the room and see. I'm assuming livestock. He never talks about evaluations. I think he's funded. Ace is funded. I'm funded. Amelia, I knew that. I knew you were funded. I just wonder. Sometimes I wonder: is this? I know this is a room for, and it should be because That's what he's doing, and that's what he wants. He's sold his room as a niche room to come in and specifically talk about the industry, and he's become an industry expert and spokesman. And go, I could see one day I wouldn't knock me over if one day like CNBC wanted to dive deep into this, and they interviewed him. I'm serious. That's not. I mean, because you think these people randomly pop up on CNN and CNBC as finger quote experts. Where do they come from? They just go on the online. They find somebody and they go, "Oh, this guy, he knows everything. He can talk about 10 different companies with authority." So the producer goes, "Oh, bring that guy in then." There's my producer voice. Bring that guy in. So. Yeah, I wouldn't be. He has tried to market himself as a evaluator, prop firm. Sorry, prop firm. I keep saying evaluators. Prop firm expert. So this room is that, but there is quite a few funders in here. It's primarily still. I mean, we got look at all the guys in here that are talking about their John DeVore, Hassan, and I think Amar does. A lot of our core group is. It should be. I hope it stays that way because that's what this room's all about. Ox would have to. If you didn't have any prop firm people in here, well, I guess we'd lose the banners. Oh, Platt, you took a long on UB. Okay, I don't have a small chart. Oh, it's dropping a bit though. It did go up. I don't know. I'll keep going. I think we've got some activity out in the room here. We're in the condo, so it's kind of. If you guys start hearing noise, we'll shut it down. I can talk for a bit. It's up to you guys. If anyone's around here, I didn't trade today, so it's not really easy for me to talk a lot about trading per se. I'm not really going to trade probably. I was up pretty late. We didn't get home from the hospital until about 3 o'clock this morning. It was 2:30 or whatever. So I was up. I've had a lot of late nights lately. I'm pretty. Maybe you can hear it in my voice probably. Anyway, last night was a toughie. I'm glad I came down here yesterday. I mean, I wasn't gonna. We have two places up, and as you know, my place up in Wasaga Beach, where I live, and then we have a condo down here in one of the suburbs of Toronto called Burlington, and we were told probably it would last a week. So I wasn't even going to come yesterday, but then I made the right call. So now I better get down there just in case. I'm glad I was here last night to help deal with that. So anyway, yeah. So I'm a bit thrown off about trading because I haven't traded. I haven't really watched it that much. So it's. But anyone wants to throw anything in the room, help me out here. Someone wants to throw an idea out or ask a question or challenge us with a thought. I would love to hear it. Oh, Nightbot responded to my plea. 91% off intraday eval accounts. Mark's code there. My bot's been chatty in the last little while because I guess other people aren't. You've got 3 or 4 chats in between Crypticon and Platt and Amelia. How did everyone do this morning? Let me ask a question. Did anyone want to check in, tell me if they're green or not? Was it how tough it was? Anyone want to tell me how green they are? That'd be good. How's that UB trade going? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a UB small chart. With Platt, he's done a better. I tried to turn this room into a YM room when I was the only YM trader, and I got to hand it to Platt. He's doing a good job of selling those bonds off. Well, I'll be bond traders if he gets his way. Let me just make a chart. It's loading up. Oh, that's great news, USC. I'm glad you chimed in here with that news. No, I don't know how, you sound relatively new in some of the things you talk about. So have you passed one before? If you've passed a lot, then don't take my question the wrong way. I just don't ever keep, haven't kept track of your progress that close. I mean, other than the fact that I know lately you've just been knocking it out of the park. Yesterday was a 4-figure day. So anyway, if you could chime in, let me know how many times have you passed on eval. Hey, passed 23. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's fantastic. Crypticon, a lot of green grass cut. Is that a trading euphemism, or you actually have a big lot you live on? I don't know. I used to have a 3-acre lot, and cutting grass was like a 3-4 hour job every week and a half. Which that was before my trading days. I was sitting on a tractor. I was zen-like and doing that, and I can imagine if it hadn't been in my trading career days. I mean, I just would have been working out trades all day long on the tractor. What's going on? I'll plot that UB trade's not looking too good. It has just hit 2111. I said it might go to 2106. I hope you're out of that trade. It's not looking good. Today was 989, just short of it. Well, USC, you've really been putting in great numbers lately. Chickens take care of the yard. Well, that's good. I should have thought of that. Well, I had 3 acres. That was a big lot I had back in the day. But those were early days for me. I was back in the 90s. And, so look, see what else going on. So Platt had 2 losses and he shut it down. Oh, I see. You said shut it down after that other trade. Oh, you did report in stopped out. Yeah, I'm not sure why he took the long there. I hate being critical. I know we all have reasons to. It looked to me. I mean, I didn't even have a small chart. I should comment on that. Platt, but it did look kind of stalled out on a 15-minute. But now I'm looking at this. I'm looking at a 150 tick one. Actually, I could see how you think maybe it was coming back up. I don't know what your entry price was. Anyway, boy, it's really cracking down. Went right through my 121.11, and now it's down at 121.06. It hit 7. It's going to hit 6. Amelia, that's a good point about making sure that because you can't have the same rules for NQ for YM as NQ, particularly stops. Your stop management has to be different. Everyone's different. In my opinion, it's no more important than anyone else's. But so with me, I got to go with bigger stops with NQ. There's a lot more blowback. I got to accept more risk with NQ. That's one rule. I know it's different for me. And but like the other thing is the NQ bursts. So with YM, if I don't get my sweet spot, as I call it, I am often waving off. I do not chase and go, okay, well I can still get in. Whereas NQ, I think it's gonna, it runs so often. I'm loosey-goosey, a lot more loosey-goosey with my interpretation of what a sweet spot. I guess the way, let's do it that way. My sweet spot is wider on NQ. because I know I can cheat. I can cheat on the entry. Because it's going to run. I can still there's still going to be extra runway to get at least 20. Every trade should get. Well, the way I trade, this is not rules for everyone again, but for me, the way I trade, I'm a scalpy guy. 20 ticks. I got to have 20 ticks. And I don't take trades unless I see 40, 50, 60 ticks a room, obviously. I don't trade. If there's only 18 ticks to overnight high, I don't enter at all, right? Because it's probably going to turn off there. That's less than 20 ticks. As an example, what I'm talking about there. But the thing of it is so the NQ, I've got less strident entry regulations. I will and you got to anyway because the friggin' thing moves so fast. Which is one of my problems. And I'm trading off my DOM and trying to hit the DOM with the price. By the time you put your thing down, it's already 5 ticks ahead of it again. Whereas YM, you can kind of just throw a dart. You go, okay, the price is there, and then you mouse it on. Whereas with NQ, by the time you decide and you go to mouse it on, and click your mouse on your DOM, it's already 5, 10 ticks higher maybe. But with the NQ, I will chase it. So those kind of things are the kind of things you have to change. You have to change your rules. You have to change your rules. Yeah, good point, Crypticon. You'll need goats for that. Goats. I should have got some goats. Lawn mowing. So USC, you started in 2008, part-time stocks trading only. How long have you traded futures? You've got 23 evals. You must have been gone for a while. I thought you were like fairly new. I sort of to pretend like I thought that was your first eval pass. I guess maybe that's something. Maybe project less confidence than you actually have because sometimes you talk as if you're a newbie, like a real newbie. Like I thought you just started when you joined the room and what you were in the fall. I think you started coming here. Correct me if I'm wrong there. If you've been longer, but I seem to recall you coming around in the fall. You projected as someone who was just new to trading. You're certainly doing really well. Trump is speaking at a cabinet meeting. They're probably filming that, so this could get crazy, right? Oh, so you're new to futures then? Okay, I get it. And you really have taken well to this room. You've been someone who. So can we get some people coming to this room, and things don't change for them? They're always doing the same thing, and then they leave and go away and. Or sometimes some of the people, I don't gotta say names. So there's some people come in this room and they project. I won. Oh, big win today. I got another 150 tick trade. I'm done. And then all of a sudden they disappear. And some of the things they say while they're talking about trading, you kind of go, oh, I don't know. You're being pretty loosey-goosey about things. I don't know if you can't be loosey-goosey. I know there's one guy in particular. He's disappeared, and I think for sure he was pulling in because he was reporting in like $1,500, $2,500 wins every day. This is a couple years ago, so don't even try to speculate. You probably won't recall. I've been in this room for almost 3 years now, I think. Yeah, I gotta go. Ace and I better talk about get our anniversary date down. Yeah, well, it is a zero-sum game. That is one of the problems with trading. And I feel bad sometimes when say right now, I shorted UB when I was looking at it, and Platt took the long. I was thinking that baton passing, like I took the money off, because you're in a trade room sometimes, and someone goes the opposite way to you at the exact time, simultaneously they're opposite to you, and you go, oh, did I buy from them or sell from them? I made money off there. Our actual trades meant in the digital bin there. Yeah, we've all had those. You get to a certain level, like when you are in these big, wide open YouTube trade rooms are different because you get people from all walks of life, and they come and they go and whatnot. Small trading rooms that are, I guess, on Discord, like you maybe have, but in Skype in the old days, like people would meet, and as I said, trading gurus were way bigger back in the last decade. And so you'd go in and you'd be in a trade guru, and you'd get emails from people, and we would splinter off from the guru and form our own little group on Skype, and you'd get people in there that would then they'd lose everything, and it was sad watching them do it. It was a lot more personal. Like this isn't very. I mean, this group here is tight, this YouTube room. But you go to Patrick Weiland's room or Matt's room and stuff. There's so many people in there. I'm sure some of the regs know the other regulars, but by and large, it's pretty impersonal, right? This is a different kind of. This room actually mirrors like the old, like what I used to experience in trade rooms. Especially my hour, it seems like we rarely get a newbie coming in here. This time it's all this is like Saturday Night Live. They do the show, and they have a guest comedian and guest band and all that. And then there's we always hear about these legendary after parties they have. I guess this hour's like it's like the after party of Box's room. Well, livestock checked in anyway. Yeah, no, USC. I'd have to say, I mean, of all the people that check in now and then over the last week, 2 weeks, and talk about their successes, I mean, if someone said to me, I think USC was maybe the most consistent, best trader over the last week and a half, I would not argue that. I would go, I don't know who to say. I mean, I've struggled a little bit. I haven't had a bad day in the last couple of weeks. But I haven't been trading a lot. I've been distracted, so I'm taking, my average, as I say, is always like 6 trades a session, which I consider usually a session is about 2.5, 3 hours. I think I do about 6 trades every 3 hours. That's what I kind of average. And I'm on my different computer, so I don't have my journal on here. But I would say I'm averaging about 3 to 4 trades over the last week and a half. Other than that 9-hour stream day, but there again, I was right on the money. I think I did 19 trades over. Maybe it was 21. I can't remember exactly. But it was 9.5 hours. So that's 3 3-hour sessions. That would be 18 trades, and I think I did 20, 20 and a half, 21, maybe 19. I can't remember. So there it is. And that's the part. It goes back to my favorite phrase: "Know thyself." You get to know what works for you and what doesn't. And I know for myself, if it has to be an extraordinary trading day. If I take 9 or 10 trades in 3 hours, and I'm profitable. Usually, if I've got 10 trades on the sheet, it will mean that I took losses at some point. I tilted at some point. And when I say tilt, I don't mean smash my keyboard tilt. I'm talking about I took a couple of losses, read the market wrong, and then I couldn't totally not kind of tilt, and I start making trades to make it back, and I'm trading in different, less some sort of just doing things differently. That I'm not following my plan completely. I'm changing things up, and I'll end up with. But if I have 6 or less trades, it's usually always pretty profitable. Well, and a sweet profitable, like it was just 5 wins and maybe a break even or 5 wins and a small loss. But if I got 10 trades on the thing, it's usually like that means it's only 3 wins, 4 losses, and 2 or 3 break evens. Oil falling off a cliff. I raced down here yesterday. Didn't have time to get gas, so my truck is. Went out there this morning to go to McDonald's to get coffee for Maggie, and my yellow light's flashing. I got I think it says 20 kilometers to get to left in the tank. So that's great news for me if those guys reflect out on the pumps. So let's go back and let's actually do some. I have really been just spitballing today. Other news, I'm gonna get. I'll get some. I'll get some begging for something here. But today, April 30th, is my birthday. So it's also my birthday today. So um, it feels weird because it's going to be a somber day. I had a big party on the weekend. All my family came up and stayed overnight. Played board games and had a crazy night. We played Family Feud. Maybe I talked about that the other day. Everyone clicks on Family Feud when you can't find something to watch. And you watch it for a couple of minutes, or some people, I guess, watch it every night while they're eating dinner or whatever. I can't tell you, when you're actually playing that game where it means something and you want to make, like it was the boys against the girls game, and it comes to you and they say, blah, blah, blah. Your brain freezes. And those people are doing it on TV. Like, they always say dumb things. Well, how could the person say something so freaking stupid? But, so I hardly ever watch that show, but the next time I see it on and I click on it, I'm gonna have some, not the kind of respect maybe I have for a quarterback in a football game. How does he do that? But if the person answers a question correctly, I'm gonna nod, go, good for you. I can't find my NQ trade. Back to trading. See how you just get easily put off on a tangent? Tangent. NQ. I got a nice chart for NQ that I can go look at. Yeah, but I don't really call that a precipitous drop off there. I consider that a real choppy drop. Let me have a look here. 11:44. So in the last minute, it's working its way down, but it's pretty choppy, like back and forth. Here, I'll go through it on this. It's a 21 Renko. I won't call the little one. Drop, base, rally, drop, base. Now it's drop. Now it's trying to rally. Why is it called a quarterback? That is a stupid question. Well, because there's there's the line, and then he's back, and then it used to be two guys lined up behind the quarterback, and the one behind him directly was the halfback, and the one behind him was the fullback. That's back in the old I formation days, I guess. There's that old Andy Griffith of Andy of Mayberry. He used to do back in the days when comedy records were huge. Bob Newhart, George Carlin. Andy Griffith made a comedy album, and he did a 10-minute riff on a country boy going to his first football game, and he watched the game. I'm not going to do the justice to the joke, but that was the punchline joke was that he thought that the guys chasing after the quarterback, he didn't realize that was the name of the quarterback. He just thought the guy had a quarter, and that the guys were trying to get the quarter. That the game was to try to get the quarter. See, I told you I would not do the joke justice, but that was the joke, that the quarterback was holding on to a quarter, and that the guys on the other team were trying to get it back. That was a famous. If you ever hear it, if you Google it, Andy Griffith football game, it's pretty funny. Thanks for the happy birthdays. I know I had to put that in there. Yeah, another birthday. 60. I am 68. Going on, as Ox likes to say, going on 20. Still in my teens. The only time you want to be 68 is when you're 67. I make the best of it. I've always been pretty immature, so in a lot of ways, so I'm always like probably about to have my midlife crisis, I feel like. Anyway, it's a birthday. Yeah, Slim, that NQ is, let's see now, it's dropped again. You were trying to get to 469 livestock, it's coming back, but you probably got stopped if that's what you're trying there. I don't know where you entered, but now it's coming back. I find NQ right now is untradeable. Like I'm looking at that, it's a drop, rally, drop, rally, drop, rally, drop, rally. What's the YM doing? YM, same thing. Everything's going into the noon hour here. Everything is just new. Both these things are sideways. Um, that means probably during the lunch hour when the B team comes in, when varsity goes out to get their hot dog, go to the hot dog stand out on their Wall Street there. These guys, the B team will screw things up and they'll run one way or the other. That's why I always say, people say, don't trade during the lunch hour. And I was thinking, actually, lunch hour, usually there's a lot of one-way moves. Same with holidays. Because you get it going one direction or the other and you don't have the authority to turn it off. I mean, I'm just making up shit. I don't really know how trade rooms work in that way, but that's why I picture it. The guys calling it at Goldman Sachs, the main guys all head out for martinis, and they give it to the juniors, and then the juniors don't have the authority to turn it one way or the other. Yeah, yeah, I feel pretty good. Speaking of doctors earlier, I'll tell you a story about what goes on up here in Ontario. Amelia, you were complaining about, they're just trying to. It was a money grab to get you to come back in. So I have a bit of a numbness in a couple of fingers, and I think it's nerve damage from. I was in a bad car accident years ago, but it was getting to the point where it's bothering me. It's not as bad now, but anyway. So I went to a don't remember what kind of the GP, my general practitioner, my doctor, and he sends me to a specialist. And he puts some electrodes on it, and they fool around, they touch areas of my body, and the guy says, well, you're probably right, you're probably self-diagnosed, right? Seems like nerve damage in the elbow or the shoulder from hockey, or I had a bad hockey shoulder injury, and then a bad car accident that wrecked up my shoulder on that side. So anyway, blah, 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 blah. He says, nothing to worry about, you're not turning a stone, it shouldn't travel, it should be okay. And then the other day I got a phone call from my doctor office, and they say on May 5th your doctor is going to call you and wants to talk to you about your meeting with the specialist. This was like a week and a half ago, so I'm going, he's not calling me for 2.5 weeks, so it can't be anything. Like, I'll be pissed if when I get on that call on May 5th and he says, oh, yeah, you have Lou Gehrig's disease. You took 2.5 weeks to call me about that? But what it is he sends all his patients out to specialists, and then on one day he just sits in his office and phones them all, little 5-minute phone calls, and he gets to charge. He gets to charge for that, a follow-up meeting, which I don't know what he charges our state medicine, but let's make up a figure. Let's say he gets $75. He gets to write down $75 for that phone call. He makes 10 of those. He makes $750. I've started writing out questions. I said, Megan and I were in the hospital last night, obviously talking about stuff like hospital stuff, and I said to her, I said, I'm going to play a game. I'm going to write out a bunch of questions, and I'm going to try to see how long I can keep them on the phone. Make that $75. Try to turn that $75 into McDonald's wage for him. I don't think I'll get very lucky. I'm pretty sure he will cut me off. And get to the next call. And who knows? With billing state government, state medicine, maybe it's $125 a call. I can tell you, it's not $20 a call. He's not making that phone call for $20. Anyway, that's what goes on here in Ontario, Canada. He's going to get himself a money grab because there's nothing. I mean, the specialist was very clear with me, and he would have wrote that report to the doctor. That there's nothing we can do. It's just a nerve damage thing. If it gets worse, we'll have to do something. And that's what the freaking GP is. What we call him up here. I don't know what you guys call him down there. General practitioner. Your family doctor. He's just going to say the same thing. I'm convinced. And I'm telling you right now, if he says, "Oh no, we found cancer in your fingers," that's whether or not I'm going to go. You took 2.5 weeks to call me about that, and I had the specialist meeting back on April 3rd or whatever. I think it was April 3rd, maybe. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Oil's really dumped, eh? don't have an oil chart. I'm having problems with Ninja with oil. I don't even know. I don't trade oil, so I don't even, other than for this stream, I'm motivated to fix it. But I should really, because I pay. I don't know why my oil charts are not working. Let's see if they work on this different computer. That would be interesting. I'll make an oil chart. Just make any oil chart. See what comes up. Yeah, Crypticon, you're making an argument as to why it's probably he probably bills $125. I'm thinking the doctor gets $75 out of that call, and he's got to pay for his lease on his office and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like my doctor. Actually, I really like my doctor, and who am I to say? I mean, if I could phone each and every one of you streamers every day and say, or once a month and say, how was your trading? And I got to bill Amp Brokerage $75. I would call each and every one of you at home and say, how's your trading? $75, thank you. Well, this is oil is really tumbled today. Eh? And an oil chart's working and it's live. So why is it not working on my main trading computer? Again, another minute for me to say easy trading sucks. We'll talk about that tomorrow, Platt. Since the Ukraine war started 4 or 5 years ago, for the life of me, I cannot understand why the Biden administration, instead of maybe reducing production or whatever they did, why did they not get all the oil-producing nations to gather up and drive that price down? Because in the Reagan years in the 80s, that's exactly what they did. Oil price was $5 a barrel going into the end of the decade in the 80s, and that, more than anything, is what ended the Soviet Union. I think satellite technology got better, and people in Russia got to see, people in America actually do have chickens in every pot and 2 cars in the garages. So the satellite technology did a lot to the world got smaller all of a sudden. That was a big factor.
Okay, I'm here now. I'm working on starting that whole calling everybody thing and charging them $75 to find out how they're trading it each month. Hadn't thought about that income stream. Income stream. Thank you for that, RJ.
Yeah, no, that'd be a good thing, right? So anyway, we finished the hour somehow, and I'm going to be I'll be here all week here on this thing. So hopefully tomorrow though it'll be less hectic here, and I can I'll actually do trade. I'll be here at 8:30 and do some trading during the day too. So I'll let Ox take us out here. I just want to thank everyone for sticking around, and anyone who typed in any stuff, even more thank yous for that. And just really love this community, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Happy birthday, RJ.
Bye. Ox, take us out.
Hope everyone has a great rest of your day. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, for some more great trading action. More news tomorrow, too. So we'll deal with that. Have a great day, everybody. Bye.